Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. Oh, god damn it, is OBS being... It's being laggy again. We just started. Alright. This is gonna suck. I'm sorry, but it's the only way I've found that can fix it. Let me real quick reboot OBS. It only does this after we go live, but it'll stay like this if we let it. So I'll do something that's going to upset OBS. It might stop the stream, it might not. I'll go as fast as I can. And I do apologize if it starts the ads up again. Weh! Thank you. It did turn my mic off when it rebooted. It's still trying to decide whether or not it wants to be a bitch about the ads.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Q. Also, hello, Q. Hello, Spino. I saw we had Charlie here a second ago. Hello. Happy New Year. It still can't decide whether or not it wants to run the ads. I may have really confused it. Weh! Alright, well, while we let the ads manager figure itself out, it doesn't seem like it's going to play any ads right now. Who knows if and when it will. But hi everyone, how has everyone's new year been? Hello Silverwing, hello Spooka. I'm excited for what we're going to be working on today. It's going to be the first time that I'll have opened up and done anything with Unity in quite a while. Couldn't celebrate New Year's? Oh no! Well, just because you couldn't do it then doesn't mean you can't find your own time to celebrate it when you can. Because the thing with holidays and whatnot is, it's all made up. The only thing that does matter is that you do take some time, any time that you are able to spend it appreciating this moment. So I hope that you have a lovely New Year, Pyro, when you do finally have an opportunity to celebrate it however you choose. What's up, winner? That's a great way to start initiating conversations. I like that. I'm going to steal that. Hey, Ziggy. We won't be doing a whole lot of chit-chatting, mostly just because I've already lost that first hour trying to get Unity updated and whatnot. They've added so much, man. Got yelled at because I didn't have my phone on me. Well, any other time you'd be getting yelled at for being on your phone. No, the last time I've used Unity was when we were working on Dog Day and Doughy. I just haven't really had any time to focus on any sort of Blender work or Unity work for a bit here. My previous project before we finished Dog Day and Doughy was Sun and Moon, and that one was still in the work in progress stages. We were working on its shader last time, so depending on if we get stuck on anything with Adam today, we will probably go back over and pick at that some, depending. Got a little bit of Blender work that we have to get out of the way beforehand, though. Last time we had finished up on all of his MMDs, which, if you're not familiar with those, that is the Miku Miku dance thing that a lot of these VRChat avatars use. It's just a series of code, like symbols and whatnot, that can be read through the program, and it can manually sort of like puppet the avatar. So there's worlds all throughout VRChat that have them set in, like built into the world. Got my tablet plugged in. Oh, lots of words. Okay, hold on. Got my tablet plugged in and taking a plunge into 2D after some good Blender progress this afternoon. Hell yeah! I find alternating between the two really does help keep your brain from burning out. I was so worried when I started streaming that I was going to overload myself both with 2D work and 3D work by not focusing on just one or the other, but as it turns out, it's really, really been effective for helping keep me from getting burned out. Mother went to the shop to grab crap and had me looking after my little sister. She had tried to ring me, however my phone was upstairs, and I keep my phone on silent so I'm not constantly bombarded with Discord notifications. As it should be. Like, from your mom's perspective, I completely understand the frustration of not being able to reach you when she needed you, but at the same time, we also need to have a little bit of understanding that people weren't meant to be accessible 24/7. And phones have kind of made that a curse for us. I've been holding in there as far as my job. For the past 2 days, I can't work if my devices can't function. Spent 40 minutes yesterday and today trying to get them to work properly. That's lost time I could be spending doing my job. Oh, Pyro, I'm so sorry that you're having so many complications. If you need any help or in reaching out, trying to find anyone who can help, please feel free to use the Discord. I don't know if we have any techies in there who might be able to help with what you're dealing with. But I'm always encouraging reaching out to others, seeing if we can help one another. Because she couldn't get a hold of me despite ringing my father, where she could have asked him to do what she wanted to ask me, being take crap out of the oven. The dinner she was making got burnt. I see. It's a series of miscommunication, bad timing, and just unfortunate situation. And that is incredibly frustrating. But I really hope that she's not taking it out too hard on you guys, and if so, that's really not fair. Learning to shift around between 2D, 3D, and writing. Need to figure out the best flow. Huh. Yeah. It really depends on what you're working on, I guess. Because the biggest hang-up that I have with my current schedule being the 2D Tuesdays and 3D Thursdays is sometimes... sometimes I'll have a lot of texture work that I need to focus on. So I'll spend my 2D time doing texture work, but then it's time to go back to 3D work, and it's like, well, I don't need to do the 3D stuff now. So I guess I'll just double down on the 2D this week. Already spoke to one of my upper management, and they allowed me to use another different device, and it works so much better. Why can't we use this instead of the other? The supervisors prefer it that way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they'll cut any dime they can at the expense of the workers, not the company. And yet when it comes time for wasting money, companies are so, what is the word I'm looking for? Frugal? Frivolous? One of those. In fact, let me Google which one suits it best. It'll be our word of the day today. Okay, not frugal. Frugal's the an antonym of what we're looking for. Frivolous is the one that we wanted. So frivolous means not having any serious purpose or value, whereas frugal is being wise, resourceful, and careful with money and resources. Wheh! This is what I get for trying to educate people. I get thrown into the pit. Not like she originally wanted me to go to the shop and then changed her mind after I got ready. Oh, it sounds like your mom's got a million different thoughts running through her head at Mach 5. Unfortunately, my mom also gets that way quite often. But I've been bringing it to her attention more often over the last couple of years, and we've finally found a mode of communication that works better for both of us. If I mention to her that it seems, from my perspective, that she is a bit manic with her thoughts, that tends to help now that she understands that that's not like a negative thing. Weh! Thank you for the follow, Dangerous Duckade.
Dangerous Duckade can now hatch from their egg.
Hey, we met a follower goal. 620. Wow. Every time that number grows to another goal, it always blows my mind, because it feels like I've only just started doing this. Remembering a bunch of articles blaming the bad economy on millennials spending their money on frivolous things like food, rent, and medical, rather than buying necessities like solid gold yachts. Yeah, no. The worst thing that we'll do with our money is buy the toys that we couldn't afford to have as kids. And granted, some of us do spend a shit ton of money on that stuff, myself included, back when I did have more money in an economy that wasn't necessarily completely fried. But it's been several long years since I was ever in that position. Now, I don't buy hardly anything other than necessities. Groceries, bills. It's funny because a lot of my friends live that way, and it's so unheard of at this point, I guess. The idea of spending large quantities of money on unnecessary things, as though anyone even has that these days. The most I've ever seen anyone in, like, my group, social group, tax bracket, whatever, the most I've ever really seen them spend luxuriously is usually on a new computer, maybe a game console. But even then, that's still like a couple, maybe a couple thousand, usually 1,500 in that zone, which is a lot of money, but in the real world is still pennies in the grand scheme of the cost of living right now. That's like 1 month's rent at its lowest right now. Ridiculous.
Pyrus Pino just cheered 5 bits. For better or for worse, MTV has now closed its channel after 44 years. Started in 1981, ended just last night.
Oh shit! I didn't know it had ended. Now we can just get rid of VH1. I don't even watch TV anymore. My mom does, and we're actually, I won't be surprised, we're needing to change over our internet and all of that to a new provider. That's something I'll have to take care of over the weekend. But no, she's the only one who watches TV anymore. I don't, and so I always get alarmed over anything that apparently she'll know about from advertisements on television. Because I don't hear about any kind of advertisements anymore. I've got ad blocker everywhere. Twitch is the only place, ironically, that I do get ads, and not for any reason other than for some reason the ad blocker I have doesn't affect Twitch, which I'm not complaining. I want people on Twitch to get supported in whatever ways we can. It's not like the ads really give us much money. I'll get a whopping, like, 50 cents maybe a week from ads. I miss MTV when it played music and showed good cartoons. Yeah, that was a little... I don't really remember that era that much. My sister watched a lot more than I did. I was very stunted for my age, though. When I reached my teenage years, nah, I was still sticking with Cartoon Network. I needed that nostalgia. And it became nothing but reality shows. Who is it? Is it Billiam? I think it's Billiam, who's a YouTuber that I follow, and I think has done a couple different video, like, talkumentaries talking about MTV and the History Channel and Discovery Channel and how weird they've become over time. Like how the History Channel now is, like, predominantly cryptid hunting and UFOs and shit. Moonshiners. Whatever any of that stuff is. My mom likes those shows a lot, actually. I can't stand them. The Gold Digger shows are her favorite, and I don't know why. It makes me laugh so hard, though, because I'll walk out and I'm hearing her TV, and it... There's been so many complaints about shows like Hell of a Boss and Hazbin Hotel and how it's just swearing every other word. But I swear to God that Gold Digger show is just bleep, bleep, son of a bleep, bleep the whole way through. Like, it's just constant bleeping. It's more bleeping than it is conversation. I just can't watch reality TV. Me either. No, because growing up on the internet, I don't know if it's just because of exposure or what, but I feel like I've picked up pretty strongly now in my, like, early 30s here, when it seems like somebody is behaving different because they know they're on camera. And reality TV shows just, I don't know, it feels like it's unethical. It's a psychosis of some sort. Because you're taking a reality situation and you're putting people now in a performative situation with known judgment, and of course they're going to behave differently. And is this scene scripted or not? Well, sometimes it's blatantly obvious that it is, and other times it's not really all that clear. I don't like being lied to, though. That's my big thing. And reality shows always just kind of make me feel this yuck of, I can't tell what's real and what's not, and it yucky. I don't like this. I don't like what it's doing to the people involved. I don't like what it's doing to the people viewing. It just doesn't feel healthy. It'd be different if it were genuine reality. Like, I like watching vloggers. In fact, one of my favorite ones for a good while there was someone on YouTube who went by Chris Clemens. They're still around. They still do a bunch of stuff. I just don't really watch them anymore because I'm not as interested anymore. They're not really doing the same stuff that they used to. They used to do a lot of, like, DIY crafts that were oftentimes disasters. Now it's more so just kind of yapping about things going on in their life or their travels and whatnot, which is still fun. Just not something I'm as focused on. Stuff like that I find enjoyable. Things like sitting here talking to you guys. This to me is reality TV. But that's because there's really no goal of impressing people or anything like that. It's just people. It's connection. I'm not here to try and rake in the views and worry about my ratings. I'm just here. I plan on spending my time working on this artwork. And it's nice to have company while I do so. And I hope that I provide the same back to you guys. One thing about the reality shows, especially at the start on MTV, is always had to be a rhyme. This time on Pimp My Ride, one of the guys was like, this vehicle was known as the car that hauls, now it's more like the car that stalls. Yeah, there was some pretty campy writing back in the day. I feel like the very early 2000s, like specifically the year 2000 to 2010, that may have been one of the peak years of maximum cringe. I think it's before we really put a name to the feeling of cringe. So we knew what it was. We knew there was this feeling of like,
Pyrus Pino just cheered 10 bits. One thing about Pimp My Ride, for those that remember it, they usually fancy up the interior seating area and the outside design. Here I am like, okay, where amongst all this stuff am I supposed to put the groceries?
You fool! You can't go out and get groceries in your pimped ride. This is purely for decorative purposes. You know, this is back when they had the idea of an economy where people would have multiple cars. You know, the one that we use, and then the rest that are for display. Reality TV houses are designed to cause conflict, apparently? Oh, you mean like the shows where they're all like stuck in the same house together? Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. That's fucked up. I remember hearing stories about how one of the shows, Ink Master, that was one that my mom liked a lot. It was a competitive tattoo competition. Competitive tattoo competition. Yes, I would assume it would be. But it was a tattoo competition. And they were apparently like starving the people on the show, like not serving food at an appropriate time deliberately so that they would all be hangry and snappy at each other. That's diabolical, man. Remember one vehicle? It used to be a former Wonder Bread truck. Man, it's weird how Wonder Bread has gotten such a weird name over the years. I feel like I have to be careful saying that one just because I know that for some reason that specific bread brand somehow got a strange, I don't know. There's like a weird cult association or something with it now. "2010s were cringe. 2020s are looking to be the decade of chaos and brain rot." I believe it. Oh, why did that one not go off? Hold on. Let me see if I can get that one to replay. Hello? Why are we not replaying it? Ah, because our activity feed has shut down. Hold on. We may be without the activity feed now for a bit. I wonder if there's a bit of a hiccup in stream elements right now. Well, no biggie. I will read that one myself. If you want a reality show that's actually good, I highly recommend the makeup and costume design competition show Face Off. Otherwise, enjoy Fear Factor. I loved Face Off, man. That was my dream show growing up, because that's the kind of stuff I wanted to do. I was heartbroken over that being a career path that was never truly available to me. But that show was phenomenal, and it really kept me going through some of the hardest times when I was still trying to cling to the idea of being a special effects artist. It's actually why I went on to make fursuit parts and other things like that, because that was the only thing that was available to me to actually make any kind of income off of. Everything that I've been doing now with 3D modeling and VR has just been the only thing that I could translate those skills into. But I'm really thankful for that. If it weren't for VR, I wouldn't be able to continue trying to follow that path of creating some form of visual life, I guess. It's not so much life, it's just being able to make fantasy somewhat a reality. It feels as close to magic as it can get. Being able to make things like wings in VR that are moving in a way that feels natural. Something that gives you body euphoria without realizing that's even something you wanted. If you've never used a VR headset and felt what I'm talking about, give it time. Give yourself more opportunity for it, because it's an amazing feeling. And you don't have to have any kind of body dysphoria IRL to feel it. It's actually really funny the amount of people who experience it when they become some sort of creature. I've met a lot of people who, when they get on VRChat, they're just kind of when it comes to any of the avatars. But then they'll become a Pokemon, like a Pikachu or Eevee or whatever the popular ones are. And then all of a sudden it just clicks for them. It's like, oh, I get it now. For me, the first one I experienced it with it was the Tiger Bee by Tokyozilla. I remember putting that avatar on for the first time, seeing its big old bapper claws, and thinking, wow, these hands are huge, but they kind of feel right. In fact, we got to experience that a little bit with Kevin in our short adventures that we've been having on VR as of late since he got a headset. He found a little bird avatar. I don't know which one it is. I've been meaning to find the model of it, because it's a very cute avatar. Whee! I'm actually going to do a quick Google search and see if maybe I can stumble upon it. It's kind of a volley-esque. Oh, wait, you know what? I think I know exactly who made it. Hold on. Because it looked like what is it, Hobkin? Any of you guys know what I'm talking about? Is it Chipori? Yes! Actually, this is awesome. I'll be able to link it. Looks like you have to join their Discord server for it. Bird-like species who live high atop the peaks of the Whistling Mountains. They like bright colors, tapestries, skyfish, which they just call fish, and stories. Stories make for good tapestries. Available for $10 and up pledges. It's explicitly only their Discord that you can get it through, but who created it? That's what I really want to know. Here it is! It's on Gumroad. It was created by Hobart. So it looks like it's $35 from the Gumroad, but if you join their Discord, you can get it for a discount, supposedly according to this very old posting.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate again, Q. Gonna be real, I don't think I found a VRChat model that represents me for the moment. I've been using a Tito avatar and a Sin avatar. I'll be honest, the Sin one really does suit you when you've been joining us for the movie nights. But don't get discouraged. There are so many. If you've ever had a chance to just go to the avatar search world and just hit random, you never know what you're going to get. Well, you can usually assume that at least half of the avatars that you look at are going to be anime characters, and a quarter of them are going to be FNAF avatars. I don't know why, but that remaining quarter, there's gold in there, I promise. So Hobart is a creator who's been around for much, much longer, as far as I'm aware. They've got, I think their stuff's been around for way longer than before I ever even joined. Not gonna lie, looking through at some of their stuff here, I'm gonna have to ask Kevin if he's interested in some of the other models that they have. I've never seen this Gremkin, but it's super cute. Hoppert's got a very unique style, and I like how it stands out amongst the crowd. It kind of reminds me of, like, World of Warcraft models. Something about the way that they do their coloring. Oh, they've got a dragon, that's right! I forgot about their dragon! I actually used to have a Halloween-themed version of one of these that somebody had made saved. I'm gonna go ahead and remember... I'm gonna make myself a note here to send Hobart's art to Kevin. See if he's got any that he likes. God knows, there's so many kobolds out there. I've been looking on an avatar search world. Is it Prismatics? Because Prismatics, I think, is the most up-to-date one. But even then, it can still be hard to find some of those gems. See, the problem is, there was no avatar search system for a long time. Like, there were, but they all had to be kind of manually collected. Like, every avatar that was in the world had to be manually put in the world. So, it was a big hassle. But that's not the case anymore. Prismatics can pull avatars just about from anywhere on the platform without needing to know the ID already. I've actually had several of mine show up in the search results that I never, like, signed up for having me put in the world. They just are able to be found because of their IDs naturally, which I think is better. But because of that, we also are going to have to start using, like, a keyword search system, which I think they have started to incorporate on the Creator Companion. we will find out more about that today as we work on Adam, I think. I remember visiting a few gallery worlds when I was looking for an avatar. Awa! Hello, Void! Happy New Year! Yeah, the gallery worlds, I remember doing a lot of world hopping with those, and it really, really is just gambling. You gotta go through so many worlds, because usually the worlds are created by one specific person, and it has a collection of all of the avatars that they themselves have created. Maybe, if you're lucky, it'll have avatars that their friends created as well. But because of there being no way to search things for so long, those were kind of the only way to discover anything. So if you found somebody whose art you really liked, you were usually, like, set. But finding their stuff in the first place, again, was the trouble. Without any kind of search system. Your only hope is to be like, well, I'll search for furry avatar worlds and see if anyone's made anything other than a yellow lab. Or a fox or a husky. I was so stoked the first time that I found a furry avatar world that had birds. Because for a long time, unfortunately, a lot of the bird avatars, a lot of the avian models, were pretty rough. But that has definitely long since changed. The Avalis probably changed a lot of that themselves, too. The Avalis were the closest thing we had to a good bird for a while, even though they're not a bird. Alright. I think we've done enough yapping for now. My ads manager stopped working again. Yeah, that's gonna be fighting me throughout. I apologize in advance. Let me leave a pinned message. There we go. Yeah, because our ads manager is blipping out every 5 minutes or so, and will not give me an updated time for that, unless I manually go in and check it and tell it to refresh. So I will do my best to keep on top of that. Actually, it's not even every 5 minutes, it seems to be every 30 seconds now. So the ads will be a bit of a wild card for all of us today. But not a worry. We've just got some artwork to worry about today. That's all we're going to focus on. And let's move on over and start doing that. What happened to our wreath? What happened to our layout? All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna try and fix our stream. don't know why it decided to go on its own little adventure like that, but should be fine now. Did all of our windows mess up? I'm going to go to the other one real quick too, because we are going to need our other layout. Okay, looks like everything is in place. How weird. Naturally, our music is not keeping up to date like it should. And just like last time we were working on Adam, I will probably end up switching over to the Hazbin Hotel Season 1 and Season 2 soundtrack later on. For now, I'm going to try and keep it cozy, though, with our lo-fi and smooth jazz. Yeah, we need to finish doing just a little bit of texture work on Adam here, and other than that, I believe he's good and ready to move over to Unity. I mean that as in we are going to work on his prototype Unity project, not his final, because when it comes to the final, we've got a lot of stuff we need to remove from him. But that's a long way off here. Right now, we want to get our reference images of the last two things that we needed to do for his textures. Number one being the soda he has here, which I've already accidentally left a smudge on apparently. We also need to figure out where the reference images went of that soda. These are all of his expressions, which we no longer particularly need. Actually, we were going to make some set expressions for him too, but that doesn't necessarily need to happen today. Our MMDs, stupid face, heart eye. All right, we don't have a reference pulled up here for him. So let me change this image that we have for this one and see if we have his card. We do. Alrighty. Just to save myself some trouble here, I'm going to move it back over. Over here. Rotate it. Why did it rotate down there? Because we're using the cursor by mistake. Oh, it's not a smudge. That's just where his thumb's poking through a little bit. All right. So I think we might need to play around with the positioning of this. I think we're going to want the eyeball to be kind of closer to this side. Because it looks like it goes more so where his fingers are going to wrap. Can we maybe pose his hand temporarily? Let's take these guys. The other direction, please. There we go. So we're going to kind of want to settle it wherever they line up with this card. Okay. That'll be an easy thing to do, I think. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use white from our actual texture here. And I'm just going to draw directly on it, because it doesn't matter how crappy this looks. We are going to go back into Psy and clean it up over there. I'm going to make our picture a little smaller. Sounds like Mom might have just gotten home. And again, we're just doing a sketch here. This is as sloppy as it can be. We don't need to care about it actually looking good, because we just want to know where the landmarks need to be. Downloaded my favorite Mario Party today, by the way. Being Mario Party Star Rush. Star Rush? I don't know if I've ever played that one. Looks like we've got a lash going out on each eye, and then we'll make this as thick as we want it. It's the one where you roam across a board gathering Mario characters as allies to get more dice. Oh, they have a game similar to that in whatever one they have on the Switch for a multiplayer game, but I don't think I ever played one that was just that. That's cool, because I do like that feature. All right, we're good for the soda. Now we need to do the fuck you, I do what I want paper. We have to do both of these together because they share a texture. So whenever we save over... Oh. That kind of sucks. I should have avoided that. That's okay. It won't be too glaring of an issue. Hello, 144p moss. Oh no, is it bad? I've noticed my bitrate has kind of sucked lately. I thought part of the problem was all of the decorations that I had up. So I removed a lot of the snow. It's completely broken when you've got 5 characters and everyone else only has 1. All right. Let's get another one of these faces. Actually, we'll unpose his hand because he doesn't need his fingers in the way now. We might need to pose his thumb out of the way, though. Well, ads are going to start in about a minute here. Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay. Sorry, Mom just came home and was telling me something. All right. Let's grab you. I'm going to rotate you. Might even be able to put this directly behind it and just trace it if it's a clear enough image. Was for a few seconds. I was 1 minute stream delay, had to refresh. Yeah, it's being funky today. I do apologize. I hope that it's not going to stay bad the whole way through. If it is, I will close the stream and start it over just completely so that hopefully that'll fix it. All right, let's change this image. Because I know we do have one of that paper. Posture check. Thank you, Cat. Happy New Year. And there go the ads. All right, we're going to tell this one we want it to display in the front and we want to set the opacity down. Because we are going to pretty much just directly trace this. Because I like the script that is already on there. Can I change the sizing? Like, can I make it wider? Let me open it in Sci first. It's going to be a little weird, but I'm going to edit this image in Sci and like squish it. I'm just going to save right on top of it. Because we legit only need this for reference purposes. So let me refresh that image. There we go. And it actually looks like this might have been how it was drawn originally. You know? Let me try something here. Because I want to see just how much this is going to line up. So just like before, this time I'm going to use black because it'll be easier to remove. We'll just put a rough tracing. And we can see off to the side here exactly where that's going to line up. So that when we go back over into Psi, it'll be very easy for us to impose this. His hand is covering the Y, so we'll have to make that up. I appreciate how much Adam's handwriting is kind of like my own. Like, he definitely does everything on an angle like I do. Now, I'm just going to leave the head there for now because I want to kind of move the body down a little bit more. And for that, I'll go back to this window here, and we're going to change the angle. Ads should be over now. Wonder who on the team provided his handwriting. I would love to know. Okay, we'll turn that image off now so we can see how it looks. Maybe a little off center, but that's okay. I like them both. Only had a 13-second ad. Good. Got the porridge again. I have a nickel and a paperclip and 2 rotten eggs. Is that enough for a commission? I'm afraid not. I would also have to be open for commissions, though. All right, I believe those were the only 2 things that we needed to do any sort of texture work on still. So what we're going to do is we are going to save this as a copy. Now, we do have an alternate version for the soda, which means we can make an alternate version for this scroll. Do we want him to have another one that says... What is his other note? Hold on. He drew himself on that one too? God, he's so stupid. I love him. All right, let's put this one in here now. Elmo has a blank and a Go Fish card. Somehow this is worth $1 gazillion. Remember, don't steal and stick it to the man. Don't remember what the other one was. I think it was don't lie. We will find out in just a second. Act selfless. And just like before, I'm going to take this one in Psy fairly quickly and squimp shit in whatever way we need it. How the fuck did the abbreviation for Tyrannosaurus Rex get bleeped? How did anything get bleeped? There shouldn't be any kind of bleep on here unless it's like the N-word. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There was a message when we went live today. Seribot might not be connected properly. Let's check on that. Okay. Fixed the Seribot. Should be working now. Apparently T-Rex is a slur. Can't help but feel like that's a bit not fair as a fellow sauropod, or a theropod. Also here, let me show the psi window. Not that there's a whole lot of interest in what I'm doing. I'm just taking this cutout from this screenshot here, and through the power of warping it, changing it back to its original format. Let me try that again. Whee!
Goth Booty Goblin can now hatch from their egg.
Welcome to the Nith, Goth Booty Goblin. If you're familiar with stream avatars, then you know just what to do, but if you're not familiar with stream avatars, there's a twinkle beside my head here. And if you click on the stream avatars button, all those little eggs on my tablet, that's you guys. So anyone who is a follower can hatch from their egg on that menu, and it'll show you all the different dinosaurs that you can hatch into. There's also a controller on there somewhere if you mess around. Don't be afraid to hit buttons and play around with it. You cannot break it. And if you can, more power to you. This seems closer to that other font. Weh.
Josiah Holcomb can now hatch from their egg.
And thank you for the follow too, Josiah. Let's try and match it up with the same kind of height. It's a little bit taller still, I think. That seems about right. So we're just gonna save this one right on top. Because again, these are just references. We don't need to worry about them. Am I nuts, or does the seal almost have Adam's face on it? Does it? Oh my god, it does. What a little shit. Good catch, Cat. That's really funny. I'm gonna have to make sure to include that. All right, now we're going to want to replace this image with the other texture. Okay, so as you can see, this is the other cup that we have, which if I turn that cup back on, you can tell is changed. And now we are going to do the same thing. We are going to just trace over this so that we know exactly where we want to align it when we redraw it over inside. Put my handwriting down. You mean like over in the Discord? Oh yeah, look at that. Practicing the cursive as well. That's something I ought to get back to. Cursive can be so pretty. I used to know every letter and could write it fluently, but it's been so many years since I've used it for anything. I think most people these days just use it for their signature and nothing else. Unless they're fancy. I say that, and I don't want this to come off as an insult, but I feel like, Kat, you probably use cursive for your writing. I would love to know if you do or not. Ah! Oh, that's so funny. Some people just have that vibe. Like, I don't know. Every friend that I had and as a child who had beautiful handwriting and would often put like little hearts in their eyes or have cute little curly cues and stuff. Like, you have a same energy that they all had. And I couldn't put it to words. I couldn't describe it to tell you what I mean by that. It's just something that comes so natural to you guys, though. It's awesome. Don't look at Russian cursive. Oh, yeah, no. I don't know how anyone could possibly read Russian cursive. See, the fact that they have the E's and the F's look like this is how my E's and F's always look. I've always had very bad handwriting. My mom's always joked with me about it because for being an artist, I have just total chicken scratch for handwriting. I've never cared about the letters. I was always kind of envious of the friends who I had who could do the cute letters just naturally. They always had such nice handwriting. Specifically around Valentine's Day was always when it was a big deal. Totally get that. It's a compliment. Good. I'm glad, because I'm always worried that stuff that I mean as compliments are going to accidentally come off somehow as an insult. Remember when I was writing in school, I would have to have a mock cursive because the only way I could write neatly was by having the page at an angle. Yeah, that's kind of how I am. It's, I think, also why I, as a kid, like, say this were my sheet of paper that I was drawing on, right? So I would always start my drawing in this area of the paper. This is where the only place I could draw was the upper left-hand corner. And I think part of it was because I wanted to rest the rest of my hand on this part of the page. Like, this is where my hand would naturally be while my Like my arm would be coming off here and the pencil would be here, so I could draw more easily in this zone. Whoever it is that's doing Adam's font here, though, I would love to be able to buy this font and use it because it feels right. Put my Twitch username in cursive. Remember Factory Nights? I said a long, long time ago. I can't tell if I'm vaguely remembering something called Factory Nights, or if I'm just vaguely recalling it because you're just now bringing it up. I don't remember it currently, but I'd love to have you refresh my memory. To make a great typeface. Yeah, I love all the different kind of like handwritten fonts that people use. All right, now one thing I do want to do is, again, we're going to kind of rotate and adjust our paper a bit. I'm going to scoot our scribbles over a little more and down a bit, just in hopes that we can keep them a little cleaner. Tom Nook is an actual raccoon. I thought he was a tanuki because Tom Nook. Davis, FNAF-inspired John? No, I'm afraid that doesn't ring any bells. Sure what these scribbles are. I mean, obviously they're scribbles. Or he just tried to scratch something out, but... And then we've got our cool S. Gotta love the cool S. You guys remember where you learned how to draw the cool S from? Looks like he tried to draw a star down here, maybe? Oh, my hand does not want to go at that angle. Okay. The only other thing I want to do is include the, like, grease stains. I feel like that's a nice touch So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to sample directly from the paper color and just drop it a little bit so it's darker. And I'm just going to trace the outline of the shape. I'm not actually going to... Let me relocate the image again. Okay. So we have this one kind of goes over the L a little bit. And this one's like 2 big ones. And another one down below. All right. Only thing I can think of with this one is maybe I might move it up a little higher. But we'll see. Because this paper does have a fizz bone in it. It should bounce. Let me double check on that actually. Yeah, so it'll sway. I didn't think about the... Oh, that's gross. Huh, okay. That's fixable, but it's gross. That was weird. Maybe I should put a couple of... Real quick. Oop. Let's see if that helps. So much better. Not the best from that side, but knowing that that's a problem, I know how to fix it. Not gonna lie, I always thought the cool S was a basketball logo for Syracuse, but I feel like that's wrong. I don't know if there is actually an origin. Has anyone, like, we can find a Google deep dive on that, I'm sure. All right, before I forget, I'm gonna go ahead and save this one as a copy as well. And before we forget, we'll clear our poses. We're going to go to our paper. I'm going to go to edit. We want the full back side minus anything up top because we really don't need to change anything up top. And anything on the bottom we don't need as well. Hmm. All right, now what I'm going to do with no proximity, I'm going to grab these verts specifically and just gently pull them back enough that hopefully that clipping won't happen anymore. And we'll have to go through this upper layer. Just to fix that taper a bit. And we'll do this one as well for the same reason. Now, because we've done that, hopefully that clipping that was happening will stop. Okay. It's only when we go super far like that, so I think I'll just put a constriction on, or a limiter on the fizz bone. Adam when he's eating a burger over his scrolls. He would. I believe the origin of the S is lost media, but that may have changed since I last checked. That's what I mean, yeah. Like, I feel like this has got to be somebody's gold mine. Cool S is something that's existed for millennia, just like memes. Remember there being this archaeological dig where they found some words carved into a wall that translated to name I don't remember was here. Yeah, so there's some of those in, I believe, Rome. That's like super crude humor. Like, I fucked your mom and things like that. Like, the same shit that we would write back in high school. So-and-so is gay. Of course, they would write it all like how the Shakespearean shit was written. It just makes it even funnier. Here, I've Googled it. This is just a random search result that was posted from April 19th, 2017. Everyone is now familiar with the release of quite explicit photos and service charges found on the walls of a brothel excavated at Pompeii, the resort town destroyed by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CCE. Now for your viewing pleasure comes a list of bawdy graffiti scrawled on the walls of Herculaneum and Pompeii, which confirm, if we didn't really already know it, that the Romans were people exactly like us, albeit slightly more obsessed with defecation, or on second thought, maybe not. Here's a summary of some of the funniest and rudest graffiti translated so far. So on the Tavern of Vernaculus, or Veracundus, Restitutus says, "Restituta, take off your tunic, please, and show us your hairy privates." Like, why would you? And this isn't graffiti that's like as easy as taking out a marker and drawing it on a bathroom stall. This is shit that they had to go out of their way to carve. Outside of the brothel of Iulus and Papilio, weep, you girls. My penis has given you up. Now it penetrates men's behind. Goodbye, wondrous femininity. That's beautiful. House of the Scytherist, below a drawing of a man with a large nose. Implicatus, I know that Icarus is bugging you. Salvius wrote this. Hi, Sleepy. Happy New Year. Remember seeing some Greek tourist who left graffiti complaining about how he couldn't read the Egyptian hieroglyphs? There's the House of Cuspius. Pansa says, the finances officer of the Emperor Nero says, this food is poison. A 2,000-year-old restaurant critic. Here's one that was found outside of a bar. It says, we two dear men, friends forever, we here. If you want to know our names, they are Gaius and Alus. Literally just Gaius and Alus were here. Bar of Athictus just says, it was just some writing that said, I screwed the barmaid. Pottery shop or bar of Nicanor was found the words, lesbianus, you defecate, and you write, hello everyone. What does that even mean? Outside of the house of Orpheus was found the graffiti writing, I have buggered men. This is just like the YouTube comment section. This feels like when you like find a random video and there's always like comments that are somewhere scattered throughout. They're like, I like this video. My name's John. I'm 10. The craziest way to come out of the closet. Sorry, ladies, but putting my pee-pee in men's a-holes makes me harder than your curves. I like that it was written very poetically, though, as if to say, sorry, women. I tried. I tried so hard. I have let you down. I have failed you, women. Alright. Let me go ahead and save Adam again, now that we've done a little bit of editing to the model's topology. But now we can move back over to Psi and go in and clean up those textures. Actually, no, we want to keep that open. We just want to open up his old texture file and the new one that we just made a duplicate of. It's okay, the women understand. Go be free and funky. Exactly, yes. We forgive you for your inability to be seduced by the women, sir. I hope you lived a long, beautiful, and very gay life. Put page 1 of the story in show and tell? Let me see. It might be too much for me to read right now. Oh no, it's just a little comic. Okay. Help wanted. I'm going to take the job then. It's pretty dark in here. Seems like I fell into an office of some sort. This is neat. Keep working at it, Henry. What are you waiting for, foe? Interesting. These two did not open correctly. Not a great representation of the real physical copy. That's okay. I appreciate you putting in the effort to make some kind of copy that we can see. All right, we need to take our new flattened version of this texture and overlay it onto our layered version. What I think I'm going to do for this, I'm going to copy our sun eyeball thing onto an entirely new canvas. And we're going to use the symmetry tool to make a perfectly similar version of this. Let's double the size. I will, because I am, but also because I'm bored as fuck, still tinkering with that dino prints I made. Fo, have you ever told, like, anyone over in the server anything about the dinocations? Well, like, aren't they, isn't Becky's server? Where did surgery come from? Oh my god, the brain rot. I do apologize, I am still fighting this endo flare. It hasn't been, like, none of the symptoms have shown up today with the exception of I have been very, very heavily fighting a threatening migraine. It's just lingering over my head right now. It won't commit. It might any second, and if it does, I will probably end the stream if it's bad, but for now it's just kind of threatening. It's hanging around like, I could do it to you. I could be an asshole. I'm not gonna, but I could. But I have a feeling I might also be dealing with more of just a brain not think good. Didn't hear because you were talking to Mom. Oh, okay. No, you're the Dinocation server and like their whole species and everything. I don't think you've ever talked about that over in my server and everything to talk about your own characters and whatnot. Y'all, hold on. I'm gonna put you on blast for a second, Fo. Fo has like hands down made an entire universe of OCs at this point, all on his own. Every single one of them has such an in-depth background and story and history and involvement with the world that goes on inside of that maniac's head. And he doesn't get to talk about them nearly enough. one of the things that he's really into are a species called dinocations, which are made by Becky. Is it Backy? Or Becky? If you've got like their main page for the information about the dinos and stuff, feel free to link it in chat. Because I'd love for them to get the support and have their community continue to grow too. Right, I'm going to put a dot here so we can preserve that color, but I need a darker background. Granted, I have a chat in the treehouse dedicated to the dinocation species, but I don't know where to put it in your server. Also, it's Backy. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, if you want to put it over in, if you want to put like Backy's main information and stuff, or a link to her server even over in the self-promo. I know it's not your self-promoing it, but it's a community that I know you're a part of and that you do moderation and stuff for. From everything folks told me, it's a really awesome community. There's a lot of creativity going on. The species themselves, the dinocations, they're really cool. There's a huge variety of different kinds, and their history and development are really, really in-depth. They've done an amazing job at creating all of this. I'm going to turn my stabilizer on. And I'm going to turn... I'm going to overthink it is what I'm going to do. Yesterday, they're all based off of the testate amoebas and go off scientific things rather than fantasy. I meant ye. I would love to see you talk to Carl about their species too sometime, Fo. Because I really, like, with the kind of species and characters and creatures that Kevin is so into. Like, his own main Sona would kind of fit amongst that crowd even. Don't forget I did make Moss a dino design fitting with their species regulations so that he'd fit in just as well. Yes, you did! Actually, I still have the art for that. Hold on. Because you did two versions. You did the first version, then you redesigned it too. Hold on. It's not in the folder it should be. Where? There it is. Let me move these to the right folder now, because I don't know how they got separated. There we go. So this was from Foe. This is Foe's own artwork. Uh-oh. Did I disconnect? Hold on. No, we're still here. Yeesh. But this is Foe's artwork. Foe made this amazing piece. It is a redesign of my own self, my own character Moss, as a dinocation that fits within the realm of all of their species rules and whatnot. And the colors of the dinocation themselves have a lot to do with their abilities and whatnot. He explained it to me before, but I didn't remember enough about it. This was the second version. The first version was also really, really cool. I love them both. This was the first version. So even though the color of the character itself is, we've got some green, some purple, and some blue. The green doesn't really count because it's the forest and the mountain, which are the two different colors here, the blue and the purple. Foe's gonna correct me on any of that was inaccurate, because he's the expert on these things. But I adore these designs. These are really awesome. One of these days, I want to make one of them into an avatar to go with yours, because I made an avatar for Foe of his own dinocation. And I think it's just such a cool style. I love the way that they're done in. Let's see, my main Sona fits the Chimera class of furries. I agree with you on that. Posting the main links to where the dino stuff is at. Thank you, Foe! Definitely go check it out if you're like into that sort of thing, to different species, different communities of fictional species and whatnot. And I know that's a lot of people's big jam with things. When I was designing them, I was taking bits and pieces from a bunch of different species that I liked. Yeah! Color genetics were basically ancient and forest, befitting Moss's color scheme, and the green eyes were, of course, the green cytoplasm dripping off of the tail. And what is it that the cytoplasm does? Because I know that's a big part of their abilities and whatnot. I'm going to close these and try to get back to doing this art, because I'm not getting much done, but that's my fault. I'm the one who's yapping. Oop. I always wanted to make up like an RP group kind of thing for an original species and have a bunch of fun with it. It's just one of those things I never had the time to do. Well, our ads will be playing in about a minute. Cytoplasm is basically their blood, similar to an actual amoeba. Hmm. There go our ads. But yeah, any peeps in the chatter server enjoy the gigantic lore dump these links have. They're also in show and tell in case any late joiners miss it. Thank you so much, Vo. I really hope that somebody will bother to check it out and fall victim to the dinocations in a good way. I'm honestly surprised that they haven't got an even bigger following. Backy's art is incredible. If you like oversaturated colors like I do, holy shit. Backy's like the modern day Lisa Frank. All right, we've got our eyeball design now. I'm going to take this entire thing, go back over to our prop, paste it. Now, the rough part with this is I'm pretty sure this is not going to get lined up right. We might have to just manually go in and fix those corners with something in Blender. I'm going to try my best to take this and move it over there and line it up as good as I can, but I don't think it's going to work out well. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to bother with that. You know, I'm actually thinking, what if I make a stencil out of this? I made it pretty big. I'm going to try it. I haven't done this before. I will make this white, though. Oh, wow. No void. You probably would have gotten me with that if I hadn't glanced up at the chat just in time to see the redeem before it went off. He says, I want a kangaroo pouch. Like the fact that Avalis have black sclera lets them... Oh, let's take that. But I want them to have green eyes as well. Horns are always a good call. Gotta have dragon wings. Dragons are cool. And hey, wicker beasts have fur collars. I want a fur collar. And then through the years, I've made changes to Q's design. For example, their horns used to be one that goes straight up and went back. But that got changed to them both going back. I love to see stuff like that, especially to see how characters change over time. Now I shall go draw that little shit of a prince. His appearance was also inspired by a little bit of not exactly the case, but a phantom limb thing. Like I physically don't have a pair of horns coming out of my head, but when it's windy, I always feel like the wind parts at a certain spot on my head. Makes sense. Damn, I'll have to try harder then. All right, real quick, we're going to go back over to Blender. And
Did you remember to save all of your files?
thank you, Snake.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch!
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, baby.
We got a boomer!
It's fucking Christmas morning.
I almost forgot about our ripped Santa.
Oh, this is beautiful.
I thought for sure I got rid of Grunkle Stan's echo, but I think I heard it then. Actually, maybe instead of using it as a mask, maybe we use it as just a brush. That is incorrect. Interesting. Do I need to do the opposite? Let's try the opposite. Stop making new textures. Didn't hear an echo? Good. I hope it stays fixed. The amazing Frag, the bestest raptor. Thank you, Snake. How's your new year? Fuck me, when I transferred from my old phone, my new one, a bunch of my art didn't transfer over, including Q's first rendition. Oh no! Wait. I may be stupid. It should not be doing this. Unless I think I'm doing something wrong. Unless perhaps this is the wrong thing? Ah, I fixed it! I found the thing! Smart! I did a big brain! Except for the fact that now it is going to, unfortunately, do a weird curve on the sides here, but I think we can work with it. We don't need it to be that big. Let's replace the background with the one that we drew on. Ah, wah! You still have the old phone, which means I'm fairly certain that all the art is lost due to the digital ether. New Year's is going good. I've been in an Airbnb with my girlfriend for like the past 3.5 days, but sad thing, we've got to get up in the morning and get my girlfriend back to the airport. Aww. I'm sad that she's got to leave, but I'm so happy for you guys for spending some time together. That's awesome. Why is this not reloading? This is incorrect. Something is not working right. Did not like that that was being weird that time, but Now everything is being weird. Not sure how I'm going to get this to be at the angle that I want. Whoa! Okay, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Maybe I should just do this with the UVs on. I could have just picked a spot that didn't have the UVs. This headache is trying its hardest. Maybe I need something with caffeine. Put it off a bit longer. I want to figure out what I'm doing with this first. See, unfortunately, no matter what I do, it's going to be like a weird stamp and it's going to be elongated. You see that? Unless I change the positioning that it's in right now, and I don't want to have to do that. There's got to be an easier way to go about this with Blender. I mean, I could always manually rotate the brush. Too far. Still too far. All right, so that'll be just about perfect. Let's see how big we can make it. We will lose some of our tippies on that. So let's try 130. Looks like 130 is our magic number. All right, let's reload our image again with the non-fucked up version. And we do overshoot it a lot on that side. But I think I'd rather it look like this than slave over attempting to make it not look like that. All right, We'll save a copy of that again. For the first time, actually. Good. I mean, not good that it's the first time, but good that you're finally getting that first time. I hope that every time from this point forward continues down that path. Oh my gods, I'm so glad that I'm still in the server I joined when I became a furry, because I just found the first rendition. Oh, thank goodness! Forgot that the first rendition didn't have the black sclera. How have you been, Frag? I've been doing fucking great with the exception of this endo flare this week. I'm hoping that I won't feel so gross and icky soon. But aside from that sort of bullcrap, I've been doing pretty good. Trying to stay focused on art above all else. Alright, I like how that looks. Let's minimize this. Go back over to Psy. We are going to reopen that file. Close this one. We don't need it anymore. Don't need our eye stencil anymore either. Alright, so here's the one that we just made over in Blender. Again, we are going to overlay this here. Didn't really bother to check whether or not our color was correct. Not that it needs to be perfect. Would Parco Fagore make it better? Would Parco Fagore ever make anything any worse? I don't think it's possible.
おいおい僕が CD が欲しいってほら受け取りなプレゼントするのはパルコ・フォルゴルさ
Let's fucking go!
ミュージック
Start! Chi 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 wop by boing boing. Chi 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 wop by boing boing.
Hey, come on!
Moge 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 moge. Chi chi wo moge. Moge. Thank you, Tot. It doesn't matter how bad it gets. No matter how horrible things are, you can always rely on one thing. There's always Parco Fagore. Why did this eyeball get so stretched? Oh well. We're gonna keep it stretched. In fact, I'm not even gonna bother with cleaning it up. I'm just gonna clean up the edges of these longer pieces and call that a day. I'm okay with how that looks. You calling attention to the fact that this cup has yet another eye symbol that feels sus. Surely there's something to theorize here. You mean that all of these eyes that have been all over literally every part of hell could potentially have something to do with some sort of important character reveal of some sort in the near future? Couldn't be. No, Sarah just really likes eyes. You're going to extend this down further, though. Because unfortunately, if we don't, it's not going to, it's gonna create like a little seam here that we don't want. So unless we are connecting these to the edge, they will think, ah, there's a gap here filled with blue. Fred, do you think I'll be able to steal you after stream? As long as this headache stays at bay, sure. I will say it is getting worse as the day goes on, but I still have that packet of like the migraine powder stuff that you had given me, so if it does turn into one, I have that, hopefully. It will help. Frag, my husband and your husband and his boyfriend's girlfriend are approaching my location tomorrow. What the fuck do I do? Oh no! Wait! Hold on, I've lost track. Who's who? Ah! Yes, okay! Yeah, that all makes perfect sense now. I love how it's the poly and then big. Alright, so that's all we need from this one. I'm not going to take all of the rest of what we've got on this layer, because we really only need this part with the decal. It's actually not a decal. Decal's a technical term for something different. Alright, now for this one, I want to take the texture itself. From here. We've got our two different versions overlaid. I think they line up fairly okay. What I think I want to do is try to recreate this look as best I can. Which means I think we're going to need to have a different brush. Because I don't really want to manually do all of those brush strokes. Minus the Jerboa with an identity crisis who came in today. Did they ever actually decide on, like, what he is? Or what his name is? I'm assuming from the descriptor, no. Is this written in black? It doesn't matter. I'm going to use black so I can see it more clearly. Let's make a new brush. We want to add flat bristle, I think. Start with that anyway. Fang, as of now, is in fact a Jerboa, no longer a weasel. Also, the sniper title has been changed to Hunter, I guess. He lost his pop gun license. Okay. I'm glad that they were able to modernize him, because I know that's been a struggle for some characters. Especially in any kind of character that does anything with guns. Rest in peace, many Looney Tunes. I think they're still around, they just don't do the gun thing as much. How wib-wobbly do I want this to look? Hmm. I hate that one streak. I wish there were, like, maybe 2 or 3 of those. Because there's just the one when it comes to this brush, and it's very difficult to get it to have the streakiness that I want, and also the solidity. If that's even a word that works here. Hmm. on the bright side, jerboas are native to Australia, right? True, I think. That's why Fang's headcanon voice to me is Sniper from TF2. Just found out Jax made the pixel/digital forms of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles from Superstars. When the fuck did they release those? I have not been keeping up with the Sonic toys for a while now. The last one I remember being excited about and seeing that they were making was a Vector. Hmm. I want it to, like, have two different bristles overlaying each other, if that makes any sense at all. I have an official Tangle figure, but good luck finding her. Holy shit, those eBay listings scare me. Oh god. Oh man, that's right. I forgot there was a Chaos that came out that I never even got to see. That's probably the only one I would still want. I love the way that Tangle and Whisper are in the comics. I haven't actually read the comics far enough to actually know their character that much. But I love the way that I've seen them and amongst the fandom and everything. If they have a Tangle and Whisper, I'd probably try to keep an eye out for them, but no, I think Chaos is still the only one that's I'm still really, really wanting to find one day, but very, very doubtful I ever will. Alright. I think I'm done trying to come up with this brush. It would be something that would be worth investing in if I were doing a lot of this, but it's not doing what I want it to do, and I don't feel like fucking with it anymore, so I'm just gonna use my regular inking brush, which is already quite the, like, pencil pen-esque kind of brush. It looks like he just kind of was doing this. So that's what we're gonna do. Can we fix our taper a bit? Looks good enough to me. I collect the 2.5-inch line, so hopefully when she and Whisper come to that, it won't be that bad. Mood, I would love more comic characters as figures. Yeah. I know Whisper's getting a figure, but I'm worried I'm never going to get her because Jack's Sonic figures, as we know, are a pain to get sometimes, looking at Jet and Vector. Yeah, Jet and Vector. That was a nightmare. Those two specifically. I'd be willing to put Chaos with them as well, but no, Jet and Vector were the worst. It was so bad that Vector, I mean, Jet wasn't even showing up as a listing from his serial code. Like, he wasn't even showing up within the catalog of all the business of Target. I'm so excited we're getting Tangle and Whisper for Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Yeah, that's right! I still need to play Crossworlds. I'm so bad at racing games. But it does look like a lot of fun. Didn't know that Jet and Victor had such issues. Oh no. Yeah. Unfortunately, with those two specifically, Jet was so short-stocked that he wasn't even in the catalog for a lot of businesses. Walmart and Target did not get him for a very long time. Vector was not too far off himself. Not just them, but holy shit, it's a pain to find anyone else that isn't Sonic half the time. I remember when I was thinking, when I was in, I think, Walmart, and had to look behind Sonic after Sonic only to spot Silver and Omega, who I now finally have. Well, yeah, it also sucks because I've seen the way that they package them. Like, I've seen them take them out of the packages and put them on the shelves. It's literally, every box has 4 figures. And
if you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. It might be more than 4 figures, I don't remember, but there's supposed to be 1 of each of the characters in that line. And what they do is, out of every one of those boxes, 1 character of that wave is removed and replaced with a Sonic. So every shipment is guaranteed to be short-stocked by 1 character of that wave. And then they'll double down on it and make sure that the one that gets short-stocked from every wave tends to be the same one. Really need to draw Q again, so it took me ages to find the last time that I drew them because I wanted to send a comparison between their first rendition and last time I drew them in Show and Tell. Let me go see! Oh! Oh my god, baby Q art! That's so funny. I love to see how characters change over time like this. This is so cool. I never noticed the pouch before, I'll be honest. That's so fun, Q. I'd totally mod myself in Crossworlds if I had actually had something that could run it. I am putting myself in Ring Racers, though. Don't ask how much I had to spend on Big alone. Greg, I love that you know all this. This is fascinating. So before I stopped, because it's way too expensive of a hobby now, and I just kind of lost interest in the franchise as things were changing. A lot of changes started to happen over the last couple of years that I just wasn't a big fan of. but I used to be very, very big into the Transformers scene. So I used to be a pretty hardcore Transformers toy collector. And this was long before COVID. I have not really dabbled around in the realm of Transformers in quite a few years now. But I did used to go to places like TFCon. And through all of that, you kind of pick up a wow! Hi, Rosie. You do start to pick up on common practices that skeezy businesses like to do to save a little bit of change here and there. I will tell you one thing, the thing I hate most in the entire world of capitalism: blind boxes. It should have been illegal to make those damn things from the start. They can be fun, yes, and I do enjoy them from time to time. But my god, child gambling is such an unfair thing to exist in a world that is now introduced to kids. They know that it's not the adults that they're targeting. They claim that it's fine because, you know, it's the parents that buy the toys, so if the kids have a gambling problem, then it's obviously because the parents have a gambling problem. No. As soon as that shit rolled out en masse and became the, like, standard practice for toys, that was the end-all be-all. Looks over at my DS full of games I've acquired through completely legal and legitimate means. I have zero clue as to what you're referring to. Blind boxes are so grr. I participate very rarely, but ugh, I hate them. See, they're super fun.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rosie. Actually, we should be saving now, since we have done a bit. Like, I really enjoy a blind box when they're cheap, and when everything in them is made fairly. For example, don't give me a blind box series where more than half of the possible options to win aren't part of the actual toy that you're advertising. Like, don't advertise this blind box as, oh, you could get a My Little Pony figure, or you could get a brush for the My Little Pony figure that you didn't get. Or here you go, here's a blind box series of all these different characters of things that you like, and also more than half of the pieces are props. Or other miscellaneous background things that aren't the characters that you actually want. Like, don't mix that shit up together. No one wants that. And the other biggest issue with it is just the prices. There's a series of RoboFizzes that are out right now. The blind boxes for specifically RoboFizz from Hell of a Boss. And I want every single one of them. They're so goddamn cute. And RoboFizz is like my hyperfixation of Hell of a Boss. I don't know why. I just fell in love with him. He was my favorite. And I want every single one of them. I'm not going to bother with that series at all, though. Because it doesn't matter how cute they are. $25 a pop? No. Holy fuck, no. Because 2 of them is $50. That's insane. What if you get doubles? Like, shit, that's a ludicrous price, man. I'm not even gonna bother buying one to take that chance. If you sold a set, if you sold the entire blind box series, and you charged the ludicrous price of like $100, I'd be much more willing to buy that over being willing to risk even a single purchase of one of the blind bags. Because at least that $100 price tag is guaranteed to give you all of them, whereas you buy 4 of the other ones, and you're already bankrupt. You've already spent the same price, and odds are you could get 4 of the same goddamn thing. I bought 3 of the Amazing Digital Circus blind boxes. 2 of them were Jacks. Like, come on, man. I'm not even mad at Digital Circus for that. Those were reasonably priced. But $25 a pop for a little, like, 2-inch blind box figure. Fuck that. Here's a blind box for a series you like. Too bad you're going to get the same one from practically every single box. And that's the other part. Like, again, I wouldn't care if I could go to the manufacturer themselves and be like, hey, I want to buy a complete series. Straight up, I will give you the money on the table right here, right now. Just make sure that everything is in it. Give me an unopened box of the blind boxes, which should be guaranteed to be packed with one of every single one. That should be an option. And some places it used to be. But now, they don't even package them like that anymore. The FNAF blind box things for the keychains that had Sun and Moon as the chasers, that was insane, the amount of money I watched people spend trying to get a single Sun and Moon. And it was so ludicrously short-stocked that the entirety of Twitter was losing their mind over it for several days. Because nobody had managed to find a single one yet. There was legit doubt that they had ever even made Sun and Moon in the series because of how few of them people found. And it wasn't even one of those like, oh, this is the gold one. This is the super rare glow in the dark. It was literally just the standard Sun and Moon. Like there's one collector on Twitter who's like known for having a huge FNAF collection. I want to say it's FNAF Alerts. Yeah. So this is the account in question. I would love to go back and find their post about how much they spent specifically on the blind bags trying to get Sun and Moon. Because they're like a huge collector and they've done major giveaways because they run this account specifically for alerts on new merch and stuff that comes out. So they've made a real career out of it and kudos to them for that. But they were the ones that really went off about the short stocking of the blind box figures and how much of a money scheme it was because of how many they had to buy to ever even prove that the fucking figure existed in the first place. And they were buying, like, the full cases of them, too. It's more profitable to have them be random, unfortunately. I know, and that's the problem. I fucking hate capitalism. Because at the end of the day, the merch that you're creating to sell, I get that it's supposed to be raking in the money to support the show or whatever, but, like, you also need to recognize your consumers. Maybe we don't have to exploit people this much. Maybe we can mass produce shitty plastic for $1 less. $25 for a 2-inch figure. I'm never going to be able to get past that. I felt personally backstabbed by that one. I want uppies when I join VC when I'm done eating. Maybe I'm hesitant to today just because this headache is trying so hard to sneak up on me. It's actually the reason why I haven't put on the Hazbin soundtrack yet. But yes, of course, you may have your uppies, as well as Q and Snake. I hate this so much. I can't with the blind box stuff. There's only one blind box thing I've ever been satisfied with, and it was the Kirby figure that's meant to look like those decorative eggs. Only went for it because I would have been happy with any option, and I got Beam Mage, which is the best one. See, that's always fine. I love the ones where, like, anything in it would be good. Those are awesome. I've seen this stuff even with dolls at this point, though. Like, for a while, there was a line of dolls I was seeing for sale at Walmart. Their boxes were completely blacked out, and they had, like, hollow designs and stuff on them. But every single doll was a blind box. And the dolls were not cheap at all. They were like a $60 doll. And you had no idea what you were getting. And there were only like 3 of them. There were only 3 different ones that you could get. It was like 3 or 5. It was not that many. They didn't last for very long, and I cannot imagine why. Only time I've ever considered getting a blind box is when it's a bag, because I could feel the bag to figure out which one was in the bag. Yes, those I think are okay. I love the ones that have some kind of serial code on the back, so that you can actually sort of tell what you're going to get. That way it's friendly to a collector, but if a kid wanted to just do some child gambling, they could randomly pick one and none be the wiser. My mom loves the Lego figures, so she's always trying to feel out which mystery box character is hidden inside of the Lego bag, at least until they changed them. The last couple of waves, I think, had changed, so you can't do that anymore. Which is bogus, man. Like, if I'm going to be willing to stand here for 5 minutes violently groping this bag to figure out whether or not this nub that I feel is actually a little Lego skateboard or not, dude, just let me have it. Don't fucking penalize me even further by removing my options to at least try to get my money's worth. Guess which Hazbin character gets some random mystery variant in the U2's blind boxes? Could it potentially be Alistair? No way. If you were to ask me if you wanted to buy a blind box set, then it would have a guaranteed chaser in the set. Yeah. I feel like if you're going to buy the whole set, and that should always be an option, otherwise it is just gambling. That's where I don't see where they can justify it and say that it's not gambling. Semi-related. Oh, shoot. Ads are going to start any second here, by the way. Can we talk about the insane laughingstock that was the limited run Sonic X Shadow Gen statue from a couple weeks ago? Oh, that was a disaster. If you guys haven't seen pictures of what happened with that, oof. Sounds like the Poopsie Rainbow Surprise dolls. Do they even still make those? Because those were all over the place for a while. Little sister got one of them for Christmas, and you had to put it in water to reveal which one it was. Huh. Who would have thunk? Fucking god, yes, I'm genuinely so glad I didn't fork over the extra cash for the bundle. Statues looked so bad compared to how they were promoted. Yeah. They were phased out when the Rainbow High came into being. Ah, yes. Okay, that makes sense. I do like the look of the Rainbow High dolls. They've been a refreshing series. Now the Rainbow dolls have rebooted to have little pets and slime gimmicks. No! It's always slime. We have a positive thought from Rosie. Since the bird is having a hard time with their head, I shall give them head pats. Remember to drink lots of water. Thank you, Rosie. I love you.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Ah, I was already drinking. Thank you. Let me refill my water now. Frag, I have words about Rainbow High. Holy cow. Oh, please do. Spill the tea. I didn't know there was drama behind the Rainbow High. I fucking adore you, BRB. I adore you too, Rosie. All right, I can scribble and yap at the same time. I need to stop not doing that. I'm still kind of debating getting a soda, but it's getting later now. I say that as though I don't have insomnia already to begin with. So the Rainbow High dolls had like a bunch of quality control issues with paint being smeared underneath the clothes from series 1 through 4. Then they soft rebooted to have the slime stuff, and that would have been fine. I could deal, but you know what they did? They got rid of the wrist articulation? No! Dude, anytime, I don't know why any doll company does that. I know they do it for reasons of money, but like, no one's gonna be, that's like the one thing people want out of the toy is articulation. Don't remove it. Could be like me and stay up to 8:30 a.m. or later. Void, no! You're as bad as Rosie. Like, there isn't someone in chat right now with an energy drink at 2 a.m. I stare at you, Q. It's literally what I do. In my defense, I work overnights. Oh, true, true. So bogus. Give us back the wrists. That is one thing I was really excited about with the new Monster High dolls, is that they included that new torso joint. That every doll should have a torso joint. I stare back as I drink from my adult sippy cup. Also been making Rainbow High dolls with like water and glitter in the legs. So no knees, but at least that gimmick is cool. I don't know, they're skirting the line with that one. I'll allow it, but I'm not happy about it. It's just because I'm a sucker for water gimmicks. Anything with liquid and glitter in it. Frag, I've had Unity for all of 24 hours and it's already pissing me off. Welcome to the club! Do you still have to stare at the Unity butthole when you open it? Because I opened Unity earlier today and I had forgotten about the Unity butthole, and boy did I get to stare at it for a really long time. Yes, with a firm period. Slept from 10 a.m. to like 4 p.m. I do sleep, I swear. As long as you're getting enough rest, that's all that matters, Q. Or Not Q, Void, I'm sorry. This W looks like the WWE logo. Love the chest joint on Monster High dolls. The only dolls that don't have it are the budget ones, which fair, and the boys. The boys get ankles, which are nice. I've always liked that trade-off. What's in the sippy cup, you ask? Vodka. Why is it that the boy dolls get ankles more than the girls? So unfair. I do wish that more girl dolls had flat feet. That was actually the first mod that I ever did on a Monster High doll, because I don't know why, but the Butt Witch has been my go-to character for first attempts at doing things. I guess just because she's a very good template of a basic character with no complicated bits, no ridiculous hair designs, no clothing that needs to be anything other than form-fitting to the body. It really checks a lot of those easy boxes. But I used an old Venus McFlytrap for her. I actually used 2 because I made her with the 4 arms. But I was so scared when I was chopping off her legs. I used Lego ball joints to change her feet and make them plantigrade. But I did a first try on a Frankie that was already, or no, I did a first try on what's the steampunk girl? I don't know a lot of their names, unfortunately, because I just kind of got the dolls secondhand. I was never actually into the series itself. Not that there's anything wrong with the series. I do like it. It just wasn't something that I was accessible to. Rebecca Steam, yes. So a friend back from high school had given me a lot of her old dolls that she no longer wanted because I had mentioned I was interested in trying to start doing customs. And she had a Rebecca Steam who she had accidentally spilled / poured part of her bottle of acetone on her way home one night because she had done like a group craft night and the acetone, the lid wasn't on completely and it spilled all over her leg while she was driving home. And she just kind of like sat in it for a while. So when she got home, she realized that the gear on the back of her leg didn't turn anymore because it was welded. Like the whole knee joint was just fucked. So that was one of the ones that she tossed my way. Oh. Never mind, it's time for front-facing baby chick emoji.
Let chaos reign. Front-facing baby chick emoji. 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 Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Yep.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Oh, what was that?
Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Couldn't hear you. One more time?
Baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Ah.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. 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 Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Oh my god.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick
Gatsu!
emoji. Front-facing baby chick 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 emoji.
I need a redeem of Kane doing the, why are you like this? Purely for when Katsu shows up with the front-facing baby chick emoji. Happy New Year, Katsu!
Bubble, you can't say that.
I can't really tell what this tooth is doing here, so I'm just gonna leave that line like that. Actually, hold on. Tot, you're usually a quite bountiful fountain of Hazbin lore and knowledge. Is there any chance you happen to know who did the lettering for this shitty little atom down here? Because whoever it was, I suspect could be the person who also did the doodles for Hazbin, or for Hell of a Boss. For the Blitz doodles. Specifically, it's this hunch, though, that makes me suspect that it's possibly Dagmar. There's something about this hunch that gives Dagmar energy. If you guys aren't familiar with Dagmar, Dagmar is one of the artists for Hazbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss. Very obsessed with Adam. And they love to turn him into just this little goblin of a man. Just woke up feeling meh from oversleeping. Now eating melted Dippin' Dots since I forgot to put it away since I planned to eat it. Feeling good after overnapping, also building a deck. That sounds great, Katsu. Sounds like you had a really good New Year. I zone out for a second. Suddenly, Pickle is full of mints. Pickle. Yeah, he's been collecting them.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Actually, that's a good point. We do need to go ahead and save, because that is done for that one. Both of those cups, anyway. So let's go ahead and get rid of our preview and use just our solid version. I guess we could have put his face on the seal. Hold on. Let's see if it's facing upright. Sort of. Good enough. We can work with that. Actually, let me see how big the UV is. Also, thank you for the posture check and the reminder to save Q. I think I'll just do the face first. And I think I'm going to take a little bit of our airbrush, do a brief circle around. That was weird. It's not showing up on my upper monitor, but there is some strange banding going on right now. There we go. It was weird. My I'm gay card failed after a customer was flirting with me after she asked if I wanted to call me, or if I wanted to call me daddy by responding with, I like men too. She also later offered to service my coworker / sergeant who has a girlfriend and happily dating to let a girl with no ID in, even though with no ID she can't legally be on the casino floor. What? I appreciate your commitment to the bit. Yes! Always commit to the bit. I think it's time I head off to sleep because it is, in fact, 2:15 in the morning and I want to have the energy to be feral tomorrow. I'm going to be getting a D&D character built and I've got to be in that feral mindset to get it right. Hell yeah! Actually, hold on. Is Kevin still playing D&D? He is. So if you guys are interested in watching more in the way of gameplay and tactical... Actually, hold on, wait a minute. No, this is not D&D anymore. I don't know what this is that he's playing. It's a tabletop of some sort, but... that looks like a lot of sci-fi stuff that I don't think is in normal D&D. Could be wrong. But that's a very exciting cue. I hope that you have a good night. Warhammer, possibly. He's bad about updating the category he's in, so I can never really tell. Just before midnight, a customer assaulted a different sergeant because we code 1'd him, which he retaliated, causing the man to hit his head. But the man was still the one to leave in cuffs. Oof. Sounds like a scary job, Katsu. But I'm glad they've got you there to protect people. It sounds like you do a very good job with it. That is very admirable. All right, let's save this one. Oh, wait, it's not in black writing, is it? Hold on. No, it's been lowered. We're just going to steal this color. All right, save it again. All right, now we need our other alternate, which is this one. We only need this part. Just got informed the Little Prince's ref sheet is done. It's in Share Others Art. Let me go see this little goblin. Oh my god, he's such a baby! 10 out of 10 would smooch on the forehead. I had no idea since I didn't realize my radio was dead, and a customer came up to me saying, "There's a man hanging off one of your security guards." And turned around seeing the sheriff sprinting to some nearby machines. Thank God sheriffs hung around the night just in case. Wow. I can't imagine how crazy it must get at a casino. I've only ever been to one twice. Once was on purpose. The other time was because I needed to use the bathroom, and it was the nearest place. We were at a concert. We'd just left. Actually, we want this one, and we want the paper. You can get closed. We don't need you anymore. Wow. Ah, Spotify's not working. Thank you. I have a friend who works in the cage part of a casino. Okay, now, if you're not doing security, it could be a pretty fun job. I forgot casinos have performers and stuff.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Big stretch. And thank you, Fo, for the reminder to save. Made a cool proxy card for one of the MU commander cards in MTG, Magic the Gathering. Yes, I do know that. However, hesitant to show since it depicts some dark imagery for the character of mine and lots of blood. Granted, I guess I could show with a spoiler and content warning. Yeah, so for any kind of graphic violence, as long as you include a content warning and a spoiler, and you're very clear that it's graphic violence, it's blood, it's whatever. If it would be okay to see it in an R-rated movie, I see no reason why it can't be posted in a server of adults. As long as it is properly tagged. My mom, who is a cage manager, would highly beg to differ. Oh, no. There's a whole secret world of casino lore that I am unfamiliar with. All right, let's get our last sign up and going. I just realized something. I feel like I learned so much from people's handwriting. I want to know if the person who did this font, if they were right-handed or left-handed. I say that purely because I'm right-handed and I'm very, very stiff when it comes to writing. So a lot of my stuff tends to look more like this, where it's at that slant, because my hand has that natural arc like this. So a lot of these will end up on that arc very easily, and it wants to naturally curve down as I'm drawing these lines. But this curve specifically, it's so quick and natural, but it's opposing the natural sway that the hand wants to go right-handed. Maybe. See, that curve feels a lot more natural when flipped. I'm so fascinated with this font. Like I did with the picture of a succubus mosquito in general chat earlier. For our art friends, I've got to ask something. You guys ever get wicked self-conscious about doing a new character design? Because there's a phase where it has to suck in order for you to figure out how to make it better. And it has been fighting me all day today. So not only have I gone through that with every single character I've ever made, I'm still stuck in that phase with several characters that I've had since high school, where I still just don't really feel like they're ready yet. Like they need to cook more. Something's off, something's missing, something is wrong. They still look like they're in their baby stage. They're not solid yet. Cannot count the amount of times that we've had to code people to remove people. And also, you never know how often people will touch you randomly for no reason. No. Blech. No touch. Do not touch the bird. It's my #1 rule. I hate when people touch me in public. I can't stand it. Blech. Bird is off limits. Like, if I know you and we're friends, I don't really mind. But if strangers, random people, if a person at like Walmart or something bumps into me, immediately I'm like, no, people germs. Not really. It's not like a gross out thing. I just don't really like to be touched by people. Which is so funny because in VR, I'm the polar opposite. My first instinct with people in VR is to run up and just touch their face. Just immediately cradle their face in both hands and be like, oh, you! When I make characters, I full send, granted varies from fixation on them. Most general ideas and story. Like the proxy I made, he was named Jake, but I didn't finish his serial killer loser of humanity, so I changed it to Jack, even if not creative. It's not that it's not creative, it's just that Jack and Jake are very popular common names, but there's a reason for that. It's because they're good names. Like, you really can't go wrong with Jack. Jack is such a universal good name. I have a similar rule that my little sister constantly breaks because she constantly climbs on me, especially when I'm trying to lay down. Doesn't have to be creative to be valuable, but also, I think it's great. See, that's the secret. It really does not matter how quote-unquote creative or uncreative your character or any character is. It matters how their story is told and how they are as the character, how they're written. Because think of your most iconic characters that you love. They're probably really simple. Unless your favorite character is Tot's favorite character, in which it's just complicated and sad. I fucking love complicated and sad. That's all I heard. I love activating Tot's sleeper agent coding. My rule is don't go in my bloody room. That's fair, though. I really feel like people need to have some kind of dedicated sacred space just for themselves. Just to exist, to not be performative, to not be having to socialize and put on a mask. A bedroom, that's a church. Jake sounds so unserious for a name for a character for him. I want him to be taken serious, especially since he's the physical manifestation of all of my trauma throughout the years. But if you want to see the proxy I did, post it in ArtShare. Let me see. Oh, wow! You even made it into a card itself! Katsu, this is really cool! This is seriously awesome, Katsu. Have you made any other cards like this before? Also, hi, D. Cruz. Actually, D. Cruz, I need to know something. Really quick, I'm going to jump over to our other window, which I have not updated. Sorry. We will be having that be updated very soon since it's the end of the year now and I can finally focus on it a bit more. But in case you're not aware... Ta-da! D. Cruz, you were gifted a sub throughout the month of December, so I get to make one of these ornaments for you. And I know you're a big fan of the Owl House. I was going to make an Owl House-based ornament for you. Would you be interested in that? It's the reason that I want to put a lock on my door, but I know my family well enough to know that they'll try to lock me in my room. That's bogus. If you zoom in, you will realize I, for some reason, made the guy hanging out of the broken window unreasonably caked up, and no was my first one. It's okay. Everyone can use a little cake. You know, if I've been debating this soda for this long, I really feel like maybe I should have just gone and gotten it. Because I could have drank the whole damn thing by now for how long I've been thinking about it. I love how they drew this 3. Oh, that little tail hook. I love that. It's so natural. Frankly, if I ever got traction, I don't mind most of my characters getting used in not safe for work fan art. My only ask would be to not touch Jack or his boyfriend, since I rather people not fuck my trauma. I think that's fair. I don't know, though. There's a lot of trauma fuckers out there. In fact, one could easily say that that is one of the most common ways to cope with trauma for a lot of people. To just fuck it. But hey, whatever works, works. That's one of my fears if I ever made it big with my characters. I know I can't stop people from drawing it, but I do ask that they tag it appropriately and don't send it to me. It is a very unfortunate part of human nature, but as long as we're staying focused on the things that we can control, not the things that we can't, and we remember that what other people do in fiction cannot hurt us and doesn't have anything to do with us, it'll be okay. You just have to ignore it. Because eventually the people who want to do stuff like that, they'll find something new. Their whole thing is to go for the rise of upsetting people, so getting upset about it is just giving them exactly what they want, and unfortunately, going to encourage it. The best things that we can do for ourselves are to just ignore it and let it go. Make it as unfun as possible for them. And get closure by knowing that you are taking care of you. Your energy is better spent not arguing with people like that. Yes, I am just going to copy this. Oh no, they did draw a different head. Well, shit. I lied. Story truly starts in the middle of high school, and I plan to keep that canon so that way I can prevent it a bit easier. I wish I could say that that would work. I want to believe it would, but I know better. So one of the things that I had to learn throughout all of my time spent in therapy is that you can try everything in your power to prevent and to set things up so that the thing that you don't want to happen won't happen. But if it is dependent on other people in any way, shape, or form, you simply cannot guarantee that it will be avoided. No matter how much you prepare for it, there's nothing that you can truly do to 100% guarantee that you have avoided giving people the opportunity to be assholes. Because the true assholes out there are dedicated to their craft, and they will find a way. Because their goal is not to do anything other than to upset people. That's the point. So it is easier instead for you and for your health to approach it knowing, okay, anything that happens to the concept of this creation of mine, the idea of this character that is so near and dear to me, if I'm not the one doing it, then it's not real. And the one that they're doing whatever they're doing to, that's their version. And they can do whatever the fuck they want to their version, because that's theirs. It doesn't affect you. Because the only person who can affect your version is you. And that's how you have to maintain your peace over it. Nobody can take yours away. Nobody can change how it exists in your head. Nobody can control that but you. And that's the original. Whether other people believe that or not, it doesn't matter. You don't need their approval. It's for you. It lives in your head. That's where your power really lies. It's something that I've been telling myself a lot over the last maybe just about year here. Not because I really see myself becoming any kind of popular creator or anything, but just, I don't know, I guess in the off chance that one day, if anything does happen, it'd be nice to know that I'm prepared for it, that I've thought about it. Because the last thing I'd want is if I ever did become a big enough maker of some sort to make something like that would be influential enough to have any kind of fan base or people who want to make AUs and do their own stuff with it. I don't want to ruin that for other people just because I might get annoyed with it or not like what they're making. Like the Sun and Moon fandom, for example. They used to annoy the shit out of me for a really long time, and the only reason for that was because they would frequently post in the regular FNAF tag. And so it made me harbor resentment for the whole fandom of the Sun and Moon fandom, because I felt like I was being violated by not being able to have control. not being able to filter my own feed and say, I don't really want to see this part of these things. But I realized it was getting to a point where if I'm getting this frustrated over it, I need to step away. This is just other people having fun in a way that hurts no one. So just because it's not my thing and just because it's not the thing I'm looking for, yeah, it sucks that they're annoying the tag that I want to use or that I want to look through. But this is the internet. That'll pass eventually. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't, a new tag will appear. And if it doesn't, I can always be the one to make it. I can take the initiative. But at the end of the day, that's what my focus needs to be on at all given times. What can I do? Not how can I get other people to do. What can I do? For me. There's a lot of stuff too that feels silly or is very frustratingly not the answer that you want. But it's still worth it over the frustration and the agony of trying to control other people. Nothing on earth was more frustrating than not having control over other people in situations where other people were being shitty to me. But my therapist has helped me a lot in learning how to realize that if somebody else is doing something that upsets me, then it's not about me. I mean, my upset is about me, and I need to figure out why I'm upset about it and deal with that. But I don't need to control them doing it. Unless what they're doing is causing physical harm to other people or themselves, it's not about me. My frustration is not something I need to be taking out on them either. If I want him to be in any sensual moments, it'd be in a moment where his relationship goes further, since his story is also about how even the worst people who become monsters are still human because love is the most human feeling. I like that. Part of his story is that he'd survive his parents while on the brink of death. He made a deal with an entity to survive in exchange for his humanity. Nothing that directly is a moment with me, but stems from past mental issues I had, plus a complicated place with my parents, especially at the time. I really like how therapeutic this character is going to be for you.
Cats drawn just cheered 10 bits. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
You're gonna baby chick emoji through the entirety of Parco Fagore? How dare you!
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Bye. Boing boing.
Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Chi. Bye. Boing boing. Moge. Chi wo moge.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
She's still going the whole way through.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Katsu, I can't believe you. Alright, we need to make this stain now. Guess I could just do some circles and then change the opacity. Okay, this one was written in black. The others were not. So that we can just leave. Alright. I think that looks great, actually. We do need to change which cup is visible down there. Oh, we also need to steal the seal off of this one. Nope, ads are going to start in 1 minute. Alright, I need to make sure that
Did you remember to save all of your files?
thank you, Rosie. Working on that now. Maybe I'll just... Yeah, I think I'm just going to move these layers to the other one that I know for a fact is just the flats. Not you. You. Not your emotes getting auto-modded? They are? There's been a lot of stuff getting auto-modded all of a sudden. Did they change something over New Year's? Have I told you how much I love you today? Because if I haven't, I love you, Goober Bird. I love you too, Rosie! Alright, let's see if our two files look good now. Okay, so the first one is the Battle Axe guitar, the blue cup, and the fuck you, I do what I want. The alternate texture is the non-Battle Axe guitar, the purple cup, and the axe selfless, don't steal, stick it to the man. We do have a bit of a ring around the edges of these, but I can fix that. Let's go test them in Blender. Okay, so we have our blue cup with the eyeball. That looks pretty good. We'll turn our paper off so we can see it all the way around. No issues with that seam up there. Hell yeah. I probably could do some fancy gradient work on that if I wanted to, but nah. All right, then we check our paper. Fuck you, I do what I want. Yes, his hand is going to clip through that one, unfortunately, but that is purely because he's got such long-ass fingies, and they are going to be dependent on the person with the avatar controlling them. We got that. The seal does look good. I love it. I think it's actually double-sided, unintentionally. Okay, now we'll trade off to our other alternate skin. Oh wait, hold on. The guitar. That's this one. Is the battle axe for the actual axe. We have one in his hand, and we have the regular playing guitar mounted on his belly. This one needs the other texture, though. Okay. So I'm going to take this off. Texture. We now have a texture swap between our regular and our alt, which we'll be able to do very easy at the click of a button now. And it should not affect the others at all. Hell yes. So back to our paper, we can change our paper's texture at the click of a button now too. Love it. And we should be able to do that with our soda as well. So we have our pink cup. And our alternate cup. And we can do it on this one too. Hell yes. God, that's so cool. I'm so happy with that. All right. think that's everything on him. At least everything that we'll need to be able to export him and start up in Unity. There's a couple of little... Oh, hiccup. Sorry. There's a couple little things that we need to clean up. Let me get rid of all of these reference images that we don't need anymore. What is that? Oh, it's the heart. Right. Because we gave him the heart eyes. I still hate the way they move. What are these materials? Ah, we need to rename those. Why do you have two materials? What are these? Adam. This is your body, isn't it? Yeah, that's like your whole body. Where's your material for that, bud? Because I don't recall it being called Untitled.001. Why are all of your things detached from you? What is going on? Oh, no, I'm dumb. I just forgot about a weight paint rig that I had set up for his arm sleeves. Oh, poop. Okay, hold on. right. I think that's fixed up. Nothing else should have emissions or anything. Do another save a copy. And we go to our main model. Your armature's named correctly, your head and everything is named correctly. All your modifiers have been applied. I guess we can get rid of all of these extra vertex groups that we don't need. Sorry, I'm messing around with the data right now, so you guys can't see some of the stuff that I'm doing. It's all of the crap over here. But I'm debating what vertex groups are safe for us to get rid of, to try and just take some extra information out that it doesn't need. I think the only one that this one has is... It should just be the right hand. Okay. So we can delete literally every other group that we do not need. Because there will be no additional data that is necessary. And look at all that. That's a lot we can delete. Not that I think vertex groups take up a whole lot of space or anything. I don't think they take up a lot of data completely. Could we undo that, maybe? I didn't want to delete all of them. Cool. Why can I not undo that? Good thing we just saved, I guess. Jeez. There. That was much faster. You should only be attached to your fizzbone and nothing else. You should also only be attached to the left hand. Left hand. Your straw is not connected to the left hand, though, because your straw has a fizzbone. What's that bone? Your straw has 2 fizzbones. Straw 1, straw 2. Cool.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Kolar. How you doing? I was so ready for us to get into the Unity work today, but unfortunately, I yapped too much. We still have an hour to go. I actually could stand to go an extra hour because I'm not meeting my full quota of time this week. But that's alright. I don't want to push myself. We're just kind of casually doing things this week. Oh, big yawn. We might be able to still get some Unity time in, but I don't know. I'm really tempted to try what I had planned for these sleeves. Now, this one only has the wings and the chest, so I already made sure that one was done. Let's get our paper. Paper should only have the left hand and our paper ribbon. Oh no, we're gonna have to do it to both of the different sleeves. Is it worth it? It was purely experimental. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it. So real, Frag. Drink too much soda and you get fizz bones. The fizz bones are actually just the bones that use physics. So anything that would have any kind of natural movement that doesn't get programmed in, so any kind of like, his wings will have them, his skirt will have them, so it's all floaty. Any kind of thing that gets affected by the movement of other parts of the body. Frag, I think I may have fixed it. Here's hoping. This is the last time I have to look at this Unity butthole for this problem. So the first thing that came to mind as what could be the issue, I'm assuming, is that it had Poyomi on it or some other shader that it was non-Quest compatible. That's usually the number one reason why an avatar is not Quest compatible. That's what I thought. Not the issue here. I took that off first. There's also definitely way too many Fizzbones in Creative's avatar to natively be Quest compatible. But you can have up to 8 scripts as long as you don't have more than 67 bones, I think? I'd have to double check on that one. I thought for sure that they had an optimized version already available for Quest, though, as long as it didn't use the wings. Oh, and the fire for the crown of the avatar, that's not a mesh, that's an animated texture, isn't it? Because if that's the case, that may also be part of the problem. Quest cannot handle transparent textures. When my Unity version installed, it didn't install the Android or OS platform uploader thing, and I couldn't figure out how to get them because of a security issue on the Unity version VRChat uses. Wow, that sucks! Thanks, VRChat! Holy crap. I'm glad you were able to figure that out. Had to uninstall and reinstall the version and force close the hub to get it to realize it was reinstalled. Now it says Android and iOS are options on the VRCCC. So here's hoping. The avatar comes with a mobile version file. I thought so. Oh wow, yeah, that brain fog is hitting me. Oh no, I fucked up. Oh, and I haven't saved in a bit. Why can I not undo the deletion of vertex groups? That sucks. I swear I used to be able to do that. Well, maybe I can get away with just copying it. Cool, I can't because it can't mirror them anymore. Adam. Why do you hate me? Okay, how did that even happen? What do you mean we are on the mesh cube 10? Where the fuck is cube 10? None of these are named cube. Wait. I love how even I can hear the headache in my voice. Got our right sleeve fizzbone. Left sleeve fizzbone. All of our upper arms and stuff. Alright, delete all unlocked groups. Good. Yay! Good job, Tot! Fucking proud of you, bitch. That shit's hard. Okay. That's fully cleaned up now. Did it save the materials that we did? Yes, thank God. I knew it was something stupid. And Frag, have you taken anything for your headache yet? So because I know this is an endo flare right now, and it has been for the last, like, week, I know that there's no amount of painkillers that will really do anything to this until this decides what it wants to do. Because whatever's causing the headache is, like, related to hormone fluctuations and shit, and whatever the endo is aggravating right now. So it could go away on its own, just be perfectly fine. And that's it. Honestly, that's what it's been doing. It'll go away completely. I won't feel it at all. And then out of nowhere, it'll come back and just hit. And it's been doing that several times here. Of course, it's probably getting worse now because I am getting closer to the end of stream. I'm getting closer to when I want to eat dinner. And I am hungry today, surprisingly. All right, Adam. I'm going to do something weird. We're going to duplicate... We're going to duplicate. Okay, Adam, we're not going to duplicate. We're going to duplicate. Thank you. I don't know what your problem is today, dude. I'm going to save this as a copy right away so that we don't mess anything up with the version that is decent. Now, in our armature, what I'm thinking, I want to make a fizzbone that will be the entirety of this loop. It will sit kind of like inside of the cuff of the arm like a bell. You know what I mean? How we have that thing that rings in the inside of the bell? But that will be the indicator of gravity. If I put a limiter on it, I can set it so it'll be in the exact same position, and it'll kind of roll, you know, to the side, back and forth to the side, depending on where gravity is, or it'll roll up if there's gravity. As opposed to how I have it right now. Now, I want to do a double bone, though, because I want to take a secondary bone towards the bottom where it would have an additional secondary weight. So, let's see. First, we're going to find the center of this loop, because that is where our pivot point is. And there we go, there's that. And back in our armature, we're going to do Control A to make a new bone. Now we're going to find the center of our loop. Okay. And we're going to take the tip of that bone, set that to that spot. I'm thinking. If I put a collision, or if I put a collider for the Fizzbone that is a sphere, then it would have to remain inside of that sphere, or capsule, either one, it wouldn't really matter. That would lock it to the arm. So technically, technically we wouldn't need to weight paint this sleeve to the arm at all. The big problem here is I don't know if I've fucked myself over completely by having changed the scale of the avatar. He might not be mirrored at all anymore. Alright, so that one would get stuck inside of a capsule. That would be the diameter of that sphere. So the second one, hold on, what's the weight look like right now? On you. Would we maybe continue to use you as you are?
Security alert!
Security alert! Woo, 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 woo!
Kevin DNG has
Yeah.
raided the channel with 21 eggs.
Oh, 21! Holy crap! Hi, everyone! How'd your stream go? Did you fuck the dragon? I assume because you were playing D&D, that is what should have been happening. Lilbald, hello! I didn't know Lilbald came with you for the raids. We were supposed to be doing Unity stuff, but I got a little bit distracted with trying to fix up the sleeves with a new rig that is way more complicated than it needs to be, but... Now, why were those bones red? That was weird. Dragon was definitely in a power position. Oh, wow.
Challengers can now hatch from their egg.
Oh, a double follow. Thank you, challengers and Shane. Oh. Well, Shane, I guess you don't get a little shout out there. I'm sorry. Popple's been a bit finicky today. But welcome, everybody. If you're not familiar with stream avatars, that's all these little dinosaurs on here. Anyone who's a follower has hatched from their egg if they choose. You can do so yourself by going to the twinkle beside my head. It's the Stream Avatars button. The whole menu is right up in there, and you can hatch from anything into that list. And hey, anyone who hasn't seen me before, even though we were just doing a collab with Kevin last night, I am FragRaptor. I also go by Moss. I do artwork on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. We do 2D drawings on Tuesdays and 3D modeling on Thursdays. Wednesdays, we do gaming. And right now, we have been working on Adam from Hazbin Hotel. We finished up all of his expressions and whatnot, all of his rig. Everything is completely done with him, including all of his props, which we just finished up the last of our details on. He's got this little banner here that says, "Fuck you, I do what I want." And it has an alternate... Oh, wait, hold on, I'm on the wrong thing. It's got an alternate texture as well that says the list of things you're supposed to do to get into heaven. Number 1, act selfless. Number 2, don't steal. And number 3, stick it to the man. That's Adam and not Abel. Correct. I've had several people say that they want me to turn him into Abel, and I'm open to it, but I didn't want to make a human head. This face was so complicated to make in itself. Let's see, he also has 2 different sodas from... This one's from his card art. This one is from the canon parts of the show where he's seen walking through heaven drinking whatever this is. Got his wings turned off right now because they're a little bit too big for me to see through when working on other things. Currently, they are not posed and rigged up properly, but they will fold down to tuck in at his side once they are fully set up. And we've got his regular playing guitar, which is going to be set up so that it can be grabbed and rocked back and forth whenever the player would like to use it that way. We also have his battle axe guitar for extermination. They can transition into each other using just a blend shape. So he can have either one in either hand. I was very surprised that that one came out as good as it did. I was very happy with the results of that. We don't have any set expressions for him yet, but he does have several little gimmicks. Main being he has this really big open mouth that he can do. Or if we want him to have like a crazy grin. But he also have his normal speaking mouth shapes. We have a bunch of extra little minute details for things like expressions and emotes when we want him to really get exaggerated. We've got our blink. Actually, he's got several different blinks. We've got the upturned blink, a flat blink, several different face shapes and whatnot because of his whole screen face. Tons of different eyebrow poses.
Hey, what's up?
Star eyes. Heart eyes. Fucking the dragon is always a concept, but maybe I let the dragon fuck me. Dragons to lovers. It's purple juice. Model's pretty sick. Thank you. Adding such an insane amount of detail. It's definitely more than is necessary for a VRChat avatar, that's for sure. But I really wanted to challenge myself with him. I wanted to be able to try and make him look as close to in the show as he really should. Because the thing with this style in this show is that it doesn't translate to 3D very well at all. And we also have a closed frown mouth for him, too. Which... There we go. I'm surprised this one was ever able to be pulled off. Because with a face like this, with his topology, oof. That doesn't help. There you go. Now you can see how his face kind of has to stretch to get to these really intense shift of emotions. Because the reason is I can't, like, in animation, I can't just make these set expressions. Because this is all going to be operating in real time. And the problem with doing that is that if you have something operating in real time, for example, let's say that he's got this mouth active. Real-time controls aren't going to be able to know that this mouth is active. They're just going to know there is a command to make it active and that, you know, it is on. It would take a lot more coding than I really want to do to go in and tell it, hey, you know how this face is open? Okay. Well, then don't do that one. Because we can't do both of those at the same time. Clearly. But with VRChat avatars, there is a bad habit of that. But he's just about ready. I'm playing around with redoing the rig of the sleeves, though. I want to do something a little bit different, because I think I've come up with a new solution that will do everything that it's already doing, but better. Just finished some Jackbox with friends. How is you? I'm doing pretty good. We actually have been playing a lot more Jackbox stuff lately ourselves. How's your New Year's been? And the big problem with this is I'm going to have to symmetrize everything. And I don't know if he's going to want to do that. Oh, no, he'll do it with the armature, so maybe he's not completely bunked with the mirroring. I guess the big problem here would be we'd need to connect this bone to this one. Which means it could still work. All right. I'm gonna try it. Thank you, baby. Weh. Ross, thank you for being such a beautiful part of my new year, and I'm really thankful to have you in my life now. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Kevin! Thank you for making New Year's the best ever. I honest to God, like, I don't do anything for New Year's anymore. I used to go to a really big party, but I kind of had to cut ties with that when I walked away from a not great situation a couple years back, and I haven't really known what to do with New Year's ever since. But now I realize I've got everything that I need right here. And I'm so happy about that. Yay, Todd! Good job! Oh, actually, hold on, Kevin, while I've got you here, I wanted to send you something. So I know that you have been a big fan of the bird avatar that you've been using in VRChat. And I recognize the creator of the model. So I'm going to send you real quick in DMs. I do apologize that I've been so sporadic with DMs. I'm horrible with DMs. And I sent this earlier. I will send this in chat as well. This is the creator of that base. And I wanted you to be able to see more of their work so that you could see some of the other species that they've created. Because not only do they have the bird is called the Chipori avatar, but they've got a couple different dargy-looking creatures as well. And I didn't know if you'd be interested in any of those, because we can start keeping an eye out for more of their stuff, more customs that have been made. But either way, I just wanted to make sure that I sent that your way, since I knew you were a big fan of their work. And we need to sit down and look at all the different kobolds that are out there, because there's so many good ones. So this... I don't like that this is happening. I don't know why my bones are red. I'm a little scared to find out. Actually. Ooh. Oh, this might be a genius idea. What if I just copy the weight from this bone to our fist bone? How would that work? Let's see. We'll symmetrize this bone. Control P, keep offset. Control P, keep offset. And this one, you are lower arm L. Not anymore. All right, did that swap them like I was hoping? It did not. Oh, well, if I had not typoed it, it probably would have. Okay.
Proxy Havoc can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Proxy. Sparky! Sparky, how has your new year been? That was a beautiful picture that you had shown us earlier. Digging the music? Thank you. Actually, our Spotify's not been updating a lot today. I need to fix that. But we usually will have lo-fi or synthwave on whenever I'm doing any kind of art stuff. It's really easy to focus when you've got something like that playing. All right. We did trade those bones. So now the vertex group has been swapped, meaning we can still attempt this in Unity, but I don't know how it's going to work. My thought process, let me go to our pose mode. So my thought process is that this one will have free rotation to go around however it wants based on gravity, but we're going to have an invisible box essentially around it. Well, circle in this sense that is the same diameter as the opening of the sleeve. And that will lock it within a certain range of movement. So, for example, if it is the diameter of the sleeve, this could move a maximum of like this far. But that will always keep it within the range of however far we want it to be able to move. So it'll never go around. We never want his arm to actually fall out, because his arm is still connected. Yeah. So what this will do is have a limited rotation so that we can get more of that effective gravity. That way, if he's falling, for example, it can go up like that. Doesn't move very well like that, but... And then the bottom part... I don't know about that. It should still... Oh no. Well, it's experimental. Be careful with it. I think it'll work, though. I was spending some time with the family, but now I'm home with no more obligations until work next week. Yay! I'm so glad that you had a good time. It seems like a lot of people have had good New Year's so far. It's really good to hear. The Drenari looks pretty cute, really digging it. Is there one to test it on VRChat already? Absolutely. So Hobkin's actually been around for a very, very long time. They have some of the oldest avatars now that I've ever seen. Personally, not like of all time or anything. But I haven't been on VR for more than a couple of years. Several of my friends have been like VR veterans at this point and were there before Fizzbones even existed, before Dynamic Bones existed. And Hobkin was actually creating before Dynamic Bones, so before we had any kind of movement physics.
Whoa! Sparky! What?
Nexus_Shield just subscribed for 1 month. TG0 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nexus_Shield.
To username.
Thank you so much!
Just subscribed for 1 month. TG0 gifted a tier 1 sub to Mirage.
Oh, she's gonna go off for a little while here.
Cherryvania just subscribed for 1 month. TG0
Oh, wait,
gifted
wait,
a tier 1 sub to
wait.
Cherryvania.
You know what? Merry late Christmas. I do need to write these down.
Catalyst Stage just subscribed for 1 month. TG0 gifted a tier 1 sub to Catalyst Stage.
Even though technically it's not December anymore.
Wyvern Gaming 08 just subscribed for 1 month. TG0 gifted a tier 1 sub to Wyvern Gaming 08.
Why does she read things off twice? I need to figure out what's wrong with her. Oh no, ads are about to start. Let's snooze those for a sec. Thank you so much, Sparky. That was incredibly generous. Anyone who got a gifted sub, we have a rule of thumb around here too. So if you've received a gifted sub, it is now your job to pay it forward. And I don't mean by monetary or anything like that. You just simply have to do something nice for somebody else. And it can be as simple as saying a compliment to put a smile on their face. But someone did something nice for you, so please do the same for someone else. Okay, got all those names written down. So, since we are at the end of the stream here... Hey Frag, smile? I am smiling. Do I need to talk more like I'm smiling? I can do the Miss Delight voice if that would make you feel better. Hold on, let me try again. Oh, Sparky, thank you so much for all of the gifted subs! Did that sound like enough of a smile? You asked for it! Well, I still need to go and update it, but the reason that gifted subs are kind of a big deal right now is because for all of December, and I'm including these with it because this was supposed to be a Christmas gift, we were doing this. So we have a great big wreath, and everybody who is getting a sub or gifted a sub or whatever, anyone who has a sub is getting an ornament that is going to go on it. And we've got a lot more than what's on here currently. We've already doubled the amount. I'm just very behind on drawing them because you guys were a lot more generous than I was expecting. Quite literally did not ask you to do that. Well, you got it anyway. And now I can use it to threaten you. But yeah, I'm trying to do something a little personalized for every single person. If I see that you have any kind of character or anything, I'm trying to make it so that it is represented in some way. Or if it's your name, your Twitter, your Blue Sky, whatever I can find, if you have an active account. And if you've been around at all. Even those who I haven't gotten to meet, if I see that you have a character or anything, I'm still trying to create something that it's just a little personalized thing for you, because every single person who has been here has helped support me in some way, shape, or form, and I wanted to show my appreciation for that. None of this would have been possible if it weren't for you guys, and everybody here has contributed in some way to reminding me that my art matters, my creations aren't just here because people care, people want to see them, I want to make them. There's just a human connection here that I'm not used to, that I haven't gotten to have for a long time. And I really, really appreciate that so much. I want to go into this year fully aware and recognizing of that at all points in time. I don't ever want to become desensitized to just how much every single person has mattered. And we got a hype train for that? And unlocked a new emote. Thank you. We love you, Frag. I love you guys! This is honestly the best possible way to wrap up our evening. So I know we didn't get to the Unity side of things. Actually, hold on. I don't think I answered what Kevin had said earlier. I think I was a bit interrupted by a lot of generosity. But yes, the Drenari avatar, I've definitely seen several custom versions of in VRChat. I'll hunt down a couple that are similar to the one that you've been wearing. But if you are interested in it and you really do like it, Kevin, I would love to try and sort out a way of making you your own personalized avatar using any of these bases or whatever. Doesn't have to be any of these. Doesn't have to be any base in particular. But it's been really important to me to see you go through your VR experience and knowing just how similar it was to my own and how much all of this stuff was so new and exciting and everything. I want you to go through the same. I want you to have everything. I want you to just... this to be your space. There's something magical about it. And having a personalized avatar that feels right for you really does make a huge difference. Now, before we have to go through with another ad break, we did not go to our full 6 hours, and that's okay. I could go a little longer if we wanted to, but I really don't want to risk it going later past midnight before I eat something. So, let me pick out somebody for us to go say hi to. Ooh, a lot of people are streaming today. We've been working on art. Looks like I've thrown you guys at a lot of these people before. So maybe we'll switch off and throw you guys at someone who's doing some gaming right now. Oh, you know what? This is like... I don't know what this game is, but I want to find out more about it. All right, we're going to go say hi to Marley Gray. They are not someone who I know super personally or anything. But I believe either this is someone who Rosie introduced me to or who we bumped into at Ferality. But either way, let's get that raid up and running. They are currently playing a game that I've never seen before. It looks really fun. It looks like an old Resident Evil or Silent Hill. One of those tank controls kind of games. It's the X-Files Resist or Serve. I definitely recognize the characters, but I've never seen this game before. This looks fun. Hoping to get a new headset this year at some point. Good luck! I hope you're able to. I've heard a lot of good about the newest headsets coming out. Hell, you might want to hold off for that Steam thing that's coming out. Although that one's going to be pricey. It's been so incredibly magical, and sharing the experience with you has made it even more wonderful. Wah! The small pink board has made me so happy plenty, but we'll talk more on it for sure. Absolutely, yes. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Thank you for being here, guys. I don't have anything in my mind set out for our streams for next week, but I do stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. We'll be starting off the week with another 2D Tuesdays, and I will be continuing to work on these amazing ornaments, all of which represent you guys. Wednesday, we'll be doing some casual gaming, and Thursday, hopefully, we'll be doing Unity work on Adam. Now let's get our raid message up and running so we can say hi to Marley. Ah, it's gonna go quick. All right, copy and paste this if you feel like it. You don't have to. Just make sure that you do bring something positive to go and compliment them, say hi, make them feel good. Do something to make them smile. That's all it takes. Little bit of effort. But I love you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Goodbye.